Ladies and gentlemen, aliens and germs, whatever you are, wherever you are, welcome to Sunday in Space. Kerbal is loading. Kerbal is loading. Something's got to work. Let's see. We seem to have defaulted back to the 4K screen, so we got to fix that. That's going to take a minute. Of course. Graphics. Reduce from 4K. Apply. Accept. Let's see if it'll stick. Looks like it will. Robotics 2019. Okay. Well, here we are. Looking for a tree. Because we're silly like that, right? Kerbal EVs can collect... Oh, we already have that upgrade. The next upgrade would be... Oh, unlimited research, yeah. So... the way we were doing this was flying around looking for, tree. Gather surface-deployed mystery goo observations. Science from the surface of Minmus. Jebediah Kerman's Junkyard Spacecraft Parts Company engineers are worried about their job security and have come up with an idea for a long-term study. As you know, mystery goo does odd things to your brain the longer you look at it, and we suspect the effects vary depending on the location you've put it. We'd like you to find out what watching a recording of Minmus goos will do at our next Christmas party. Strange sentence. So we'd like you to gather data on the subject on Minmus. Sure, why not? It's 192,000. Green sandstone back with you from Minmus. Oh, that could be fun. Certificate. Satellite, position Atmo probe science in an adjusted overview. 2 rich Kerbals. Orbit the Mun, fly around the Mun. Yeah, we'll take that too. We'll throw them into the mix. But meanwhile, so we have 79 science. I want to look at some things because wheels. We don't have that many advanced wheels. Steerable landing gear. Small landing gear. Shock absorber, steering, and a built-in spotlights. If you didn't tell you, you'd never know that most of those components were salvaged from scrap machinery. Oh. Here's the thing. Yeah, just trying to figure out if we're gonna build a rover, we need some more advanced stuff. But at the same time, I also need to verify that my Learjet is going to work under conditions. Can we... Steering is enabled. Let's turn off steering. That might be something for takeoff on the runway and so on. So we want to just have the nose wheels for steering. We were working on this last night as we wrapped things up. Trying to work out some things with this jet. And We gotta figure out where that tree is. And then we can, like, drive to it or something? You know. Welcome to Sunday in Space. Yes. So we gotta find the tree. Which, if it's just any tree, I think that would be fine. Which, rumor has it, is just any tree. Lights are enabled. I mean, okay, it looks okay. We'll leave stabilization on now. For now, as we prep for takeoff. Okay, that was a bad move. Trying to steer on the runway is just not a good idea. Just saying. Engines are spooling up. $69, $70. You gotta be kidding me. This was so easy last night. And now, not so much. Why is this? Let's go 75%. Let's start from... Let's let the engine spool up slowly then, instead of going full throttle all at once. And not using SAS. We are doing a really weird bounce. That was a very strange takeoff. That's at 75% throttle. rather curious. Alright, that trim looks like it's about there. It still seems pretty stable. Okay, so, tree. Hey! Welcome back. There's a tree. And there's another tree. So yeah, I think if we just make a capable rover that can drive respectably fast and make it over this terrain, then yeah, we'll be fine getting there. I wonder if there's one closer than that one. You think there is not, huh? That's it? We really got to work out this glide slope. Also, I want to get some altitude and I want to attempt a stall test. Strap some jets to a rover. What? All right. That's some pretty good altitude. Now here's what we're going to see. There goes the nose pitch. It was about 45, 50. Alright, let's try it again. Determining our stall speed. This time, we're going to leave it at 50% throttle, and we're just going to pull up until we stall. $60, $58, $55, $52, $51. It was around 51. So stall speed of this particular aircraft seems to be about 51 meters per second. I'm still actually holding the elevator up. I haven't released it. So it stalls, it comes nose down to recover, it gets enough speed, it has enough lift to come back up again. It should cycle this way a couple of times so we can confirm stall speed. And straight and level flight. That time it was around 68, but that's also 1,600 meters altitude. Alright. Well, we know that much. Let's get turned around. Prep for flight, or landing. Kerbal Space Center. Activate navigation. Whoa. Alright, looking good, looking good. How are we doing tonight? I guess we're going to be doing some S-turns on our way into the runway. Oh, buddy. Can you believe it? We did it. Is this Top Gun or KSP? Yes. We successfully landed on the runway with our Learjet. Yeah, landing speed seems to be roughly 75, and then stall speed is around 65-ish to bring us down. There was some really weird bouncing going on. It would have been nice to just come in straight and smooth, but yeah, there it is. So, I wonder if there's some other things we can do. Swept wings, structural wing type C, wing connector type B, type 1. You know what, that makes me wonder. 2 people KSP and I have to switch. Huh. Can I set these? Pitch, yaw, roll, deploy, deploy direction, authority limiter. Oh, extended. Yes, I can totally make those flaps. So the question is, Really? Really super annoying the way that these attach. To our wing surfaces. Those should be set up as flaps. Hmm. What is extend and retract? Or toggle deploy? %. So this is the Learjet with full flaps and ailerons. I am rather curious. What's getting switched there? Hey there, T-Bit. We are working on a Learjet. Believe it or not, I've played Kerbal Space Program for years, and I have never built any aircraft, no airplanes. But one of the challenges in the robotics DLC is to go out and find a tree. It's called the Baobab tree. And it's this contract here. If I can just find it. I have a lot of contracts currently. So this contract here. Do a simple scan with a rover arm of the Baobab tree. We've been looking for it. However, we don't have advanced enough technology to make a real rover. Like, we can build a small rover with little tiny wheels, but if we expect to actually, like, you know, move across the surface, this is pretty much it. So this Learjet, I've made some improvements. Let's put this at 65%. No, let's leave it at 50 like the other one was. That was a pretty good performance capability. 49 or 50. It won't pick one or the other. Really? You gotta be kidding me. Alright. And so, you know, just going out and finding the trees. And then, of course, discovering the operational parameters of this specific aircraft. You know, stall speed, lift, those sorts of things. And yeah, so we finally, I think we got it nailed down pretty good here. It's all pretty much good to go. Alright, we'll deploy flaps. Release the brakes. Flaps are good for takeoff, they increase the lift. Okay, takeoff speed is roughly 60, yikes, 50, yeah, lame. Messing with the controls. So, deactivate roll. That was at 50. That's at 51. So the version right before this, we only had ailerons, we did not have flaps. Nope. Why? This is really weird, why this is happening now. It's a very strange problem to be having. All we did was added flaps, and now the plane will not take off. Very strange ground effect flight characteristics, if that's the case. Look, now we're flying straight and true. I guess because we're using stabilization? That must be it. Need to trim that nose up. Gear up. Okay. Retract flaps. Throttle down. Let's trim for level flight. That looks about right. Yep. Maybe a little bit more. Just a smidge. Alright, trimmed for level flight. Not quite, but took a second to catch up there with airspeed. I'm just making a Learjet. It's pretty standard, you know, design. But yeah, this is what works. My game is frozen. No, I can see on the stream what's going on. Okay, my computer just wigged out. Screens are off. Okay, I'm having to watch my stream on this screen. This screen in front of me is blank, guys, so give me a second to figure this out. My TV just reset. What the hell? I'm trying to fly this on a smaller picture within Streamlabs. Why is my nose glowing up here? I've never seen... I did not see that last night. I never saw that on the plane last night. That's so weird. Oh, crud. And everything... Sorry, guys. We gotta revert and start the game over. Also, I'm gonna go grab some tea while that's happening. No, something happened with my TV, with my screen. It had nothing to do with the computer or FPS. It was all on the TV. I think the TV downloaded an update and then had to reset. Which sucks, because I lost this screen. I could not see anything. I had to use this TV over here. And then, when it reacquired the signal, then it switched the resolution. Bounced it up to 4K. That was annoying. Okay, that's gonna load. I'm gonna get some more tea. Okay, tea's cooking, water's cooking, we're loaded back in. So at this point, I think what we need to do, we need to get some more science and research so we can unlock bigger wheels for a more advanced rover, and or additional aerodynamics for better flight handling and different aircraft. But here's a really, well, those are aircraft landing gear. Field science. Here's what I want. I want these wheels. To get there, we're going to need 160 science for that, and then 300 science for this, so that's 460 science. We have, let's just say 80 currently. So like 320, or 420. 380. 460 minus 80 equals 380. Yeah, we're going to need 380 science to get to these larger wheels, so we can actually do some real driving and get around the surface, plus the external command seat, so we have Kerbals driving. Yeah, that's what we're going to work on. But that means going back into space, which is fine. We have plenty of space missions to do. Stuff we got to do at the Mun, stuff we have to do at Minmus. The airplane was a fun little distraction. I think once I have more parts available for aircraft, it'll be a lot more fun to explore that aspect of the game, because I never have until last night. Okay, so one thing that I do know is we need more fuel up at the Kerbal International Space Station, so we need to send up a heavy refueler. That's a quick, simple, easy mission. Hello there! So we'll send up the heavy refueler, and then we will take care of the guys that are doing other missions in space. So we can unlock the wheels and get a real rover to find that silly tree. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Because right now the only thing I can do is build like Learjets, you know, fast aircraft, it seems like. I don't know, maybe there are some wing components that I'm just missing, because again, I have virtually no experience with flying or creating aircraft in this game. It's all been rocketry. So maybe there's something I can do later, but for now... Yes, but there's a specific tree that we're trying to find. It's called the Baobab tree. Right here. Do a simple scan with a rover arm of a Baobab tree. So, there's that. Yes, I have the robotics DLC. And we started over our career when the robotics DLC came out, so we have a whole new space program, a whole new set of challenges to do. All the good stuff. Sort of sad. Well, maybe it'll go on sale in a little while. You know, it usually does, right? Pick it up then. I was really excited for the robotics DLC, so yeah, I saved up and I got ready for it. That's for sure. Tried and true rocket system here. Honestly, I didn't really even need stabilization when we took off. But we did it anyway. So where is this tree? It is somewhere in this region. Over here. But we don't know yet, because we found a lot of trees, but the Baobab tree is supposed to be some sort of special tree. So once we have the capability to drive out there, instead of fly over there, we'll be able to really find it and complete the contract. Right now, though, I need to get this guy pushed over to the horizon. We have Miko in 10 seconds. We're missing our window. We're going too far vertical. Alright, Miko. Separation. Ignition. Okay. Let's check on our trajectory. Yeah, we got a ways to go. Let's coast. Okay. Doesn't that mod make the DLC make easier because with just breaking grounds? It's hard to get to science. Well, it just depends, you know. So, you know, remembering to do science at many different aspects of the space program when you start off is important in terms of advancing yourself, right? So, you know, with Breaking Grounds, the Breaking Ground DLC, that added some kind of nice stuff, actually, including the one before that, the update before Breaking Ground, and that was Room to Maneuver, because it added all of this stuff down here. So that you can see, you know, staging mode, docking mode, toggle map, and then now, maneuvering mode. So right now I'm just barely fixing my inclination. I'm not throttled up very much at all, but I want to adjust my inclination because we're off a bit for the space station. Yeah, I don't use any mods at all. I go strictly off of straight vanilla. I will say that Room to Maneuver made things a lot easier in terms of these sorts of things. Also, I need to deploy the fairing. Deploy the fairing. There we go. That's added mass that I did not need. Kind of silly. Turn on our lights so we can see the spacecraft. But yeah, the room to maneuver update, which is, it's not included in the DLC, it's standard vanilla KSP, right? So just using this alone has been tremendous in terms of being able to do stuff. Oh man, I totally screwed up this launch. What's our staging look like? I need to do a fuel transfer, because we don't have enough in here to get this to orbit. The lab part in the game, cheaty. No? Why would that be? I'm not clear on what it is your line of thinking for that. So help me understand, basically. Makes infinite science. Yeah, but you have to bring it stuff. You have to bring surface samples. You have to bring data to be processed in the lab, in the space station. If there's nothing in there, it doesn't produce hardly any science. Like, it'll produce no science. You have to bring it data and process it on the lab in order to do that. So oh shoot, we're dropping below Atmo again. I can't believe I screwed this up this bad. This is an easy rocket to launch, and I totally potatoed it. Yeah, it'll just do marginal, small amounts of science. So you actually have to bring it data, and you have to put 2 scientists on board if you want any real science out of it, like, you know, science that makes a difference. Even then, when you do that, you can get a backlog of science. So like you can have more data and surface samples on there than they can process in a given amount of time. And so what'll happen is it'll build up. And like gradually you'll get through it all, right? But if you keep bringing surface samples and you keep bringing data from your science missions, then it will eventually run out. Alright, we need to hold this angle steady for a little bit longer. I just need more altitude on this trajectory. I feel like we're moving over too fast. T-minus 15 seconds to MECO. There's the gravity turn. Alright, main engine cutoff, staging, upper booster has ignited. Let's get over towards the horizon here. Full throttle. I might need to change out this tank. I don't think that tank is big enough. Yeah, I need the bigger tank on this for this part of the staging. T-minus 25 seconds to upper stage. Well, I need more science to unlock technology to find the tree, which is bigger wheels. I don't really have any wheels for my rovers, so I have to get more science in order to unlock the research for the wheels that I need. In order to do that, we need fuel. And all the spacecraft that are at the Kerbal International Space Station, they're about 50% full. They need 100%. So I gotta send up some more gas. We have a lot of research contracts. We also have a lot of rich Kerbals that we need to send up too, and that way we can keep making money. I currently have 2 space stations. We need to launch the Minmus space station probably tonight as well, because we have Minmus missions that we need to do. What does our trajectory look like? Alright, we need to coast, or actually, you know what, let's just warp. Well, we were flying around earlier. We were flying around looking for the tree, and we pretty much found it. But right now, what's my inclination? Okay, we're good with 0.0. That held steady. So this is just a quick little, you know, top off the fuel tanks kind of deal. I'm not really certain. I've seen it on other streams, but I haven't actually seen it for myself. But there is a difference between the baobab tree and the other trees, like the normal trees, because there are a lot of normal trees. Alright, periapsis is forming. We have periapsis. Let's bring that up to a higher altitude now. Alright, there's 70. We are in space. Kerbal International Space Station. Actually, let's wait till we get to the periapsis and then we'll push that over. So the space station is going to be behind us. We got a little bit ahead of it with our smaller orbit, so we're going to have to fix that here in a moment. Get this turned prograde. We are not doing that mission. In fact, we're not doing any of those missions currently. It's a side mission. Okay. Intersect 492 kilometers. Add a maneuver here. That went a little far, didn't it? Oh, we have a secondary intersect. Okay, so primary intersect, that one puts it at 506, this one puts it at 473.
Oh, drat these computers, they're so naughty.
Hey,
so
legend!
complex. I could pinch them.
Ladies and gentlemen, the legend of Drunken Gamer! Thanks for the subscription, buddy. Welcome. Good to see you again. So to answer your question, Roblox, yeah, we've got the MUN International Space Station over here, which currently has a pilot and the lander. So we take rich Kerbals from the Kerbal International Space Station to the MUN International Space Station. So from the KISS to the MISS. To do that, we use a spacecraft we call the Puddle Jumper. It's basically a space bus. And when we do that, we put some of them on the lander because some of them, they want to land, some of them don't. And we put them on the lander, we land them, we bring them back up, and then we return them back on the Puddle Jumper. The Puddle Jumper is also great for taking extra cargo, spare space stations. I can't curse out the Ewoks here. We don't mind a good innuendo once in a while, though. So there's that. How you been, buddy? I was lurking about earlier. Weren't you playing what was it? World of Warships? I think I saw. I don't know. I had like a couple channels open, and then I was working around the house. Like I was cleaning and doing stuff, so I only had the audio. I wasn't really paying attention. But yeah, I did see you on. I was trying to do my part, lurking, you know. Remind me what I was doing? Oh, I was going to the space station and back to trucking at 3:45 a.m. Oh, ouch. I would not be looking forward to that. Tell you what. Where's our... Oh, here's the heavy refueler. Okay. Something seems amiss. Oh well. Let's go down out here. Hey, thanks for following, Roblox. So, yeah, with this guy here, we are, it's a side mission. It's not a main contract. It's one of those filler things we just gotta do when you're in career mode, you know? You have to, like, make sure everything stays operational, which means sending fuel up. At some point, we'll have another MUN outpost, like on my previous career, where we established a surface outpost on the moon, on the MUN. And, you know, you can mine fuel at that point. You just have to make sure that you scan it in order to know where to mine and have it actually be really good. Only a day or two of streaming a week. For people that look down from me, well, that's good. Yeah, we love our community. We love everybody that sticks together, you know? I kind of feel like we've been growing a lot, too, with other people and with other connections. So it's been really good in that respect. Yesterday I did kind of a personal challenge that I based off of a challenge that I saw earlier last week. I guess it is last week now, isn't it? So a big-time streamer challenged these two girls to land on the MUN and plant a flag. They had never played Kerbal before in their life. They had no idea what to do. And nerd networking, exactly, it totally works. So yeah, it was an entertaining stream. It took them 2 nights to do it, and their chat was just, it was kind of redonkulous. Not gonna lie. I resisted chat like 99%. I almost never said anything. There were a couple of OMGs that I popped in because I just could not believe what people were telling them to do in order to get to the MUN. It was a little absurd. But why is my space station not a target? That's weird. Alright, there's the KISS. What is our... Okay, 495 kilometers. We are ahead of the KISS, so we actually need to extend the apogee of our orbit so that it can catch us. The apoapsis. 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 It only took 3 tries to get that right. Target altitude is 155. Let's do 165. Yeah, that looks good. So yeah, World of Warships, huh? I haven't played that in like at least a year. I think it was right before I started streaming again, like regularly. A Delta V map. What's that? Okay, let's skip ahead. Let's warp here. What? Red alert! All hands on deck. Incoming raid. Look at that! Tazo! What? Raid! Haha! Welcome, everybody. Look at all these guys. Raiding! Coming on in. Oh, it's a narwhal! Yes! Yes! Do a shout out for Tazel, for those of you guys that haven't seen or heard of her. She's another great KSP streamer and variety streamer. In fact, she was just playing KSP. So let me show you guys something here real quick. Let's see, where's the KISS, the Kerbal International Space Station. So I have taken some inspiration from Tazel here. Look at these pretty spaceships. So Puddle Jumper 1 is blue, but it's kind of lit up by Puddle Jumper 2, which is green. So now I can tell, like at a glance, which one's Puddle Jumper 1 and which one is Puddle Jumper 2. So, yes, Tazel makes extraordinarily fanciful, colorful, like rainbow spaceships, and it's awesome. And I'm trying to expand my horizons and do that as well. So this is how I've done it so far. Color coding my Puddle Jumpers. Yes, it's all about the lights, isn't it? So this is where we're headed with the fuel tanker. So in my search for the elusive baobab tree, I need better wheels to make rovers so that I can actually drive around on the surface realistically. I tried airplanes for the first time ever last night. Spent an hour putting lights on the rocket today. Yes! How you doing, Geo? Good to see ya. Raid Square, continuing on from Linux Guru Gamer. Nice! Heck yeah! Lights are mandatory. Oh man, yeah, it's sub to the Taz, right? Yeah, it's been really interesting. So, in order for me to get more wheels, I need some more science, and to unlock the big wheels, right? Because I don't have big enough wheels to actually like drive a real rover around the surface. So in our search for the tree, I actually made an airplane. It's crazy. I made a Learjet. And, you know, we took off and we flew around for like half an hour, 45 minutes. We found many trees. I'm not sure which one was the baobab tree. And so there's, yeah, at this point we have an idea where the trees are. So they're close if you fly by plane. They're really close if you go by rocket. But driving there, my current rover technology goes about 6 meters per second. It's really slow and small. So I need to unlock more science, which means sending the Puddle Jumpers out to put some more satellites in orbit and also to get some more landers to like Minmus. But the Puddle Jumpers, they need more fuel. So right now we're sending up a tanker. Ego is high currently. Oh good. Scrounging for early science is the boring part of the game. Yeah, well, so here's the thing. Because we started a new career with robotics. I've never seen this tree other than the occasional stream here and there. And me being something of a completionist for career mode type stuff, like, I gotta find the tree myself. Like, it's not good enough to just see it on someone else's stream. Like, I gotta go find this silly tree. So, yeah. Promise to raid at least once. Yes. Tazel came in with the big raid. Yeah. Our wonderful friend Tazel. You were... I think Tazel was headed to Duna or something? Alright, Kipper, have a good night. If you're not already following, remember to hit that follow. I stream Wednesday through Sunday night at 9 p.m. Mountain Time. Every weekend, Saturday and Sunday, is KSP. So Wednesday through Friday, I do a variety of stuff. Oxygen not included. There are Billions, Borderlands 2, stuff like that. But every Saturday and Sunday is dedicated to space, so you can always count on KSP every Saturday and Sunday. Thank you for the follow. Mantis is great. Yes! I love how our community has just been growing with our connections and stuff. It's been really great to see everybody like banding together and supporting each other. Like, yes, it's so cool. Okay, so that dropped just slightly, didn't it? I need to figure out... Do we have... Okay, we're pretty good on our inclination. It's only about half a degree. We might be able to fix it if we need to. What was that Mario game you were playing the other day? Or was it a Mario game? I don't know. It was a regular old-fashioned like Square video game. I can't remember. I was kind of lurking too, so like I was working and stuff and just lurking, not really paying attention. Super Mario RPG. There you go. Can we? Yes. Let's. We might as well fix our inclination while we have a chance. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. You may say. Yes, regular old-fashioned video game. You know, because it's Square, right? Like, you know, the old arcade games, stuff like that. The stuff that we grew up with, right? Oops, I'm going the wrong way. I need to go anti-normal, it looks like. Because I'm on the ascending node. Duh. Sometimes. There. Ever tried Duna? No, but I do have a contract for it. Let's see. Rich Kerbals, Polar Satellite. We gotta do that at some point. Green Sandstone from Minmus. More Rich Kerbals. Mystery Goo. The tree. Here it is. Explore Duna. We just need to fly by. So this will be our mission soon. I need to finish up stuff at Minmus. Like taking Rich Kerbals there and getting some dirt samples. Sand, I guess. What does it say? One of these says like green sand from Minmus, I thought. There it is. Bring green sandstone back with you. Alright, pass out time. Have a good night. Need your rest. Yes. Kick butt. You can do it. Alrighty. Pick your ex-wife's best friends. I don't have an ex-wife. I've been single. Giant glove of salt. Kind of. It's also very green and very small. So gravity there is quite low. Let's do the time warp again. Okay, we need to get situated, oriented for this anti-normal burn, it looks like. So we should probably do that. T-minus 50 seconds to maneuver. I didn't say anything about it not being green. I actually have some pink Himalayan sea salt myself over there in the kitchen. If it were green, let's see, it would probably contain trace amounts of, say, copper, right? If you had green salt. What else could be in there? I mean, oxidized copper tends to turn green, so that's why I would say that. Samuel-san, you have so much to learn about hurt, abandonment, and basic backstabbery. T-minus 5 seconds to maneuver. 3, 2, 1, ignition. That was so surprisingly timed with the pause in the music there, wasn't it? It was like... Okay. Copper, when it rusts, turn into green. Yeah, rusting, oxidation. Just having a think. Oh? And what were you thinking about? Okay, this is the apogee of this orbit. Let's try a little maneuver. Wait, what's going on with our secondary? Trolling. Gotta keep that chatter trolling. Okay, so that's coming down a little bit. That's going up. This is not really helping, is it? That's a retrograde maneuver, which is bringing... Yeah, we want to go prograde. We need a larger orbit than the space station so that it can catch us. What do these numbers look like over here? 160 on the periapsis. If I remember, we set up the apogee here. Yeah, 165. So 160 over there should be fine. When Venus has no oxygen? That's a good question. Snake guy gave me an eagle wink. Good night, Sloth. Thanks for coming on over with everybody. Okay, so synchronizing this orbit. I've already messed it up. Let's just slide that maneuver node a little bit further down the road here. We can fix that error rather nicely. Quite easily. Oxygen in the spaceship capsule. Poisoning the universe. Luddites unite! So there are a variety of oxidative processes that could occur. I'm just focusing on this burn real quick. To turn the salt green, to have copper in it. You know, it could have been when Minmus was formed. There could have been a lot of oxygen at that time, which has then since evaporated out, or been absorbed into other compounds, other, you know, molecular structures. Which is, you know, it's pretty common as it turns out. There are a lot of things that contain copper and water, for example. So yeah, I mean, the way that all of that chemistry works out in the end, yeah, it's not that difficult to get that process to occur. Okay, so we're here, space station's there. Wait a second. Wait. Hold up. There's 2 heavy refuelers. That's not the one that we want. Is this us? One of them is empty. One of them is full. So we need to pay attention. This is how we find out. Hit backspace. There we go. Yeah, so we're following this one. Let's switch to this one. We need to fix it. See, tank is empty. Rename vessel. Trash. So, Luddite. The hilarious part is that you're well read, while most of the viewers are not. So, Luddite is like an imaginary word for at least 54% of your viewers. Oh my. Scandalous. Do you suppose any of them take offense to that? Let's take a look again here at our synchronization. What are you going to do with trash? We're going to dispose of it later. Yeah, usually before I start the stream, I go in and I delete all the debris just because, you know, it gets in the way. But if there was a way, please describe Luddite in 1 minute. So, back in like 1760, there was this group of people. They thought they were so special. You know, like Flowers for Algernon, he goes from special to special. Yeah, they were the original special. Maybe it was 1780. I'm trying to remember when the Luddites precisely were. Type it out and don't hit enter until 60 seconds is up. The results were humorous. So, space station is behind us, as I originally thought. I got rid of the trash, so I'm not getting confused with that over there. Dun dun dun. Why does everything keep turning off? Like, I keep clicking on these because I want to see the numbers, but it all keeps disappearing on me. Why is that? What am I... It's absurd. Okay. Let's warp here. 464. We might have to do a hashtag math. What did I say it was? 464? Yes. Minus... Hooray captions for remembering what I said. Minus 367. So there's a difference of 97 kilometers. So 367 divided by 97 is 3.78 kilometers. Space station with small rocket anchors, deorbit trash. Yeah, I've thought about doing that. Just for fun, but it takes time, you know? Dun, dun, dun. 3.78 orbits. We can fix that. What is the new APO? There it is, 175. That'll help bring it down to about 2 orbits, I want to say. Quiz time! Anybody got an answer? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? Let's see, prograde. Okay, we've got T-minus 50 seconds to maneuver. I'm gonna go grab some more hot water. Well, I mean, I'm gonna start the hot water, and then when it's ready, I'll actually put it into the, you know. T-minus 30 seconds to maneuver. Also, let's double check on our solar panel, make sure that's got the proper orientation. If not done properly, the battery runs out, and then your probe is dead, and then you just have a fuel tank flying around, nothing to do. Can't move anywhere. Small STB on the trash that will be stuck in orbit. STB? The water boy. Technology is the devil! Solid state booster. I'm trying to think of a solid state booster. Solid fuel. Oh. Solid rocket booster. Must nap time. Alright. Thanks, Legend. Appreciate the sub. Good luck out there. Drive safe. And have a good night. We'll see you next time. I totally ruined that, didn't I? Oh, let's see what that does for us. Alright. Let's do the time warp again. Solid rocket boosters. The little bitty ones, I think, that you're referring to, like what we use when we push away the big rocket boosters, right? I think it depends on the size of the spacecraft that you need to deorbit, because you're going to need a certain amount of delta V in order to do that. And with these fuel tankers, they're large, they're very heavy, so it takes a lot of delta V to deorbit these guys. Especially since our space station, everything is at about 150,000 meters, 150 kilometers. So, solid fuel works are in space, yeah. I don't know if those are optimized for space, though. I mean, we can double check when we get back to the vehicle assembly building. I tend to think of SRBs you know, that's the cheap get you off the ground rocket. So they're optimized for sea level, not for space, right? So the greatest impulse and the greatest capability of those engines is at launch at sea level. Is that bringing that down? It is. Okay, fantastic. It's also bringing our delta V down. Heck yes. Love it, love it. Okay. So it looks like we can get closest approach 9.8 kilometers, 15 meters per second. Weight is nothing in zero gravity. Well, it's not that weight is nothing, it's that inertia is what you have to deal with. Can't make a plane to save my ass. Oh no. It's tough. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it is tough. Having a lot of background in making an aircraft, or in flying an aircraft, is probably one of the only ways you're really gonna get to understand how to fly, even in this game, right? Gotta get science to get parts for RCS to save Kerbals in space. So it depends on your settings, Roblox. It depends on what you're playing. Like, I'm playing in career mode, so the way this is set up, no, they won't respawn. But if you're in sandbox mode, yeah, like half an hour they'll respawn. So it just depends. Planes want to fly to the right. So the thing that you guys were telling me last night, and that worked pretty well, was using trim. I don't know if you have any flight surfaces that you've got set up for the roll, right? That's when the plane goes this way. Pitch is up and down. Yaw is left and right. That's what the rudder does, right? But roll, that's where you're going to have ailerons. So that's flaps that are out on the wings. And then using the Alt and then your WASD, using that to trim out your control surfaces makes a difference for that. Trimming out an aircraft. Not dead, caps lock. Oh, that's the other thing too that I discovered too last night. It was just like when you're in docking mode, so hitting caps lock to switch between like regular movement to micro, like regular thrusters versus micro thrusters. That helps when you're controlling your aircraft as well. So it's the wheels too, on runway always goes to the right or left, never straight. Weird. Did you try stabilization, the SAS? Because I remember that helped as well on takeoff. It's not so great flying, at least on my Learjet, it wasn't so great. But on takeoff, SAS helped a lot. I don't know if that did that for you. No space sickness, gravity sickness. I think I missed something on chat. Hold on. Is it setting off on? Oh, okay. Yeah. Kerbals aren't Kerbals made for space? I guess they could be made for space. Thanks for the follow. They really have really big heads, you know. All the settings on the surfaces, the wheels too, on runway always goes to the right. By the way, so I just discovered this tonight as well. So remember how? So I have my Learjet set up with a tricycle configuration, right? So 2 wheels in the back, 1 wheel on the nose up front. So the wheels in the back, I actually disabled the steering. Like I turned off the steering. Right click on the wheels when you're building, and disable steering on the rear wheels, because that just makes your aircraft like super. It's super steering on the ground. So you want to reduce the amount of steering that you have on the ground. So if you can do that. And then also tell me, because again, I haven't messed with this since other than last night. Literally years of Kerbal Space Program. first time doing aviation was last night. Can you adjust how, like, the strength of the steering? So I know you can turn it off, but I didn't check and see if you can adjust like how much steering there is. So if you can reduce it to like 50% or something to help, because I was having that problem taking off tonight when I started the stream. A small space plane with a robot and just a middle-sized fuel tank with any rocket that works in atmosphere and space. So I've got a variety of small satellite type things that I've built. Real man used tail dragging landing gear. Yes. We need to build a biplane, that's for sure. One of these days we're going to build a biplane or a triplane. And we'll get out there and we'll Snoopy the heck out of that airplane with a tail dragger. Doesn't look like it. Steering is an on-off toggle in the editor. Oh, that's too bad. Roblox, I've never made an SSTO, a single staged orbit. And yeah, I've for the most part, I've only ever focused on the rocket and space aspect of Kerbal. I have some background in flying, like real aircraft, like flying around in little two-seater Cessnas. So for me, like, flying was like, yeah, I've done that in real life. I want to mess around with the stuff that I don't know how to do that, you know, is challenging. So thus the rocket science, the space science, that sort of thing. But just for fun, because we were looking for that silly tree, I decided to build an airplane last night. I've been playing this game for like 5 or 6 years, and first time I ever built an airplane was last night. So yeah, you made it happen. Go for your prize list and probably treasure. Oh, which plane are you gonna do? We need to find target, retrograde to target. I'm curious what plane. Oh, the hot water's ready. I'll be right back. Like a Cessna 150. They have a tail. Oh, they do have a tail dragger version of that, don't they? The one I always did was the tricycle version. And then, like, my dad's 172, my uncle had a 182 that he, you know, they both had timeshares, but those were also, you know, tricycle configuration with a nose wheel up front. And so that's what I've have the most familiarity with. Okay, what do we got here? Closest approach, 9.9 kilometers. Yes, so I've got some jasmine green tea that I've been drinking tonight. And it's probably good that I forgot the water, because you don't want to burn the tea leaves, letting the water settle a bit there. Final license would be a good method for getting into and out of the way environments, letting an unimproved runways preferred tail dragger. Yeah, a lot of bush pilots prefer the tail draggers, right? And you can certainly get like a 172 or a 182 and put the big old poofy, like in Alaska, right? You get those bush pilots that have the big old bouncy poofy tires that are like 3 feet tall and like 18 inches wide or more. Nope, never drank coffee. Just tea. 20 seconds to closest approach. Let's go ahead and burn now. Actually, we're only at 14 meters per second. I'm going to thrust limit this to 25%. 26, good enough for government work. And bring this to 0. Hold there. Let's head towards the target. Nighttime, good night. Go snap, healthy for the brain. Yes. Coffee tastes better in space. Well, you know. It seems like, I think like 2 weeks ago, NASA actually had a little video, it was on Twitter, about space coffee. I seem to recall. So you put your coffee in the bag and you make it up, right? Make your coffee, and then you stick in the straw, and then you kind of have to squeeze the bag and just kind of work its way into the straw and all that. But yeah, apparently drinking in general in space is quite the challenge because of microgravity. Liquids just kind of, you know, glob up and stuff. I don't like how long this is taking for us to get here. Watching the clock. For you guys, it looks like I'm looking at the nav ball, but I'm actually looking over there because this is mirrored, right? Back and forth. Seems like an uncivilized way to drink coffee, but I couldn't live without it, so I guess I'd have to endure that, right? I mean, if you want to do space travel, you got to make certain sacrifices for your coffee, right? Alright, 9.9 there. The thing that sounds like a nightmare microgravity to me is that you're really congested the whole time you're in space. Yeah, that and going to the bathroom in general, right? Like, that just seems difficult. That was another NASA special from like a week or 10 days ago as well, talking about bathroom upgrades. Improvements to the whole, you know, waste program when it comes to recycling for water and stuff, and then dealing with the solid waste, which they usually dehydrate and then they drop it into, you know, like the Progress resupply vehicles, because those burn up on re-entry. So anytime Progress comes up, brings up cargo, then they load all their trash into Progress. The Soyuz and the Dragons, those have heat shields, so those are recoverable, but the Progress space vehicles, those burn up, so you can get rid of their trash. Bathroom is whatever. Yeah, they just kind of like do the whole pat down, like, right? Can't even really tolerate it for a day, let alone a few months if I were on the ISS. And congestion, yeah, that can be like your nose is congested. Well, I imagine your nose is congested too, because if you think about it, so the thing that they have to deal with in microgravity is how much blood goes up to your head. Like at Earth normal gravity, our heart is pushing so hard to get blood up into our head, right? But in microgravity, when you're in orbit, you don't have that, so it equalizes across your body. Unfortunately, that means your heart is pumping too much pressure up to your head. So that's why when you see astronauts and cosmonauts on the ISS, it looks like they're like holding their breath, because it looks like they're like, and it's because the blood pressure has increased to their head, right? So that's going to do stuff with your sinuses anyway. A lot of astronauts, pretty much all of them actually, experience some form of visual problems when they return. And that lasts for a good while, even after they've returned. Sometimes up to like 6 months, I think, is what I've heard. 6 months, 8 months, in terms of the issues from the congestion, so to speak. But other parts of your body are going to be affected as well, you know, because you don't have gravity assisting your body do its normal functions. Like, we evolved and grew up on 1G, so that's what we're built for. That's what we're configured for, is having that 1G of gravity. I think once we start getting into, you know, the circular space stations and stuff, and start using centripetal energy or centripetal forces to normalize some sort of gravity-like effect, like, things can start to return to normal, and we can get some, you know, reasonable living standards in space. But, you know, along with that comes a host of other questions that still have not been answered, because nobody's built a rotating space station yet, right? They don't know exactly what that's going to look like in terms of how the Coriolis effect will affect our biological systems. You know, always leaning one way and yet still having the the effect, the virtual effect of gravity in the traditional downward. Where's my spaceship? Oh, I need to turn right. Okay. You know, naval cavities never drain. Yeah. You on Earth, the aforementioned overabundance of blood and head compound set. Yep. I think that makes perfect sense, but you wouldn't think about it. Yeah, and that's what I love about science and space, and you know, that's why I love using Kerbal to facilitate and encourage these types of conversations, right? It's because it gets us outside of the Earth normal kind of living that we all have, and we have to think about, okay, yeah, if we are going to go to space, if we are going to do all these things, what's that going to look like for us in terms of, you know, the biological systems that we have to deal with, things you don't even normally think about from day to day, like just drinking your tea or your coffee, you know. So Coriolis, captions got it right there. It looks like you spelled it correctly as well. Yeah, just remember to check the captions from time to time. It doesn't always spell things correctly. For example, if I say apoapsis, perfect example. Like, I was messing around with the settings today trying to get it to fix that. I still can't get it to work. I can say periapsis all day long. Periapsis. Periapsis? Okay, maybe 50% of the time. But a lot of times if I need a word to spell, I'll just say it on stream and it'll be like, yeah, there's the word, that's how you spell that. Long before you become truly spacefaring species, but still fun to think about, I suppose. Yeah, so, you know, and that's kind of the thing that is so difficult about dealing with what the issues that we have this day and age, and then also, you know, making ourselves a multiplanetary species. Like, yes, we need the resources to fix some things, but at the same time, it's a band-aid on an ever-growing wound, if you will, in terms of us outstripping the use of our resources. Going out into space and just getting more resources, like, yeah, at what point does that stop? The amount of growth that the human species has experienced over the last 100 years alone has been outrageous. And, you know, going to space to find more resources it's going to last 100 years at best, right? Because of the pace at which we have been growing our consumption. And I say this even though I'm bad at math. The reality is humanity in general is terribly horrible at math. Like, we have a few scientists, we have a few smart people who are out there like, you know, this is what it's going to look like. You know, you guys have seen the movie Elysium, yes? Question mark. It spelled it correctly on the captions. What? I have a feeling that's going to be a pretty accurate prediction in terms of our future, the way that movie goes out. So there will be a bunch of rich people in space. You know, they're going to have their giant halo, you know, ring type of, you know, ring world kind of deal. And then everybody else on Earth is going to be left with the scraps and not have the resources to take care of themselves. You were not a fan. The concept is what I'm talking about, you know, just in terms of like, you know, what it's going to take to build those sorts of things. And yes, granted, you know, like planetary resources, you know, bringing in asteroids and stuff like that to help build and construct those sorts of things rather than having to lift them up out of Earth's gravity well. Like, that'll make it more achievable and easier access, but still, it's going to be limited to the rich and the wealthy. The one everyone is all psyched about, whereas our real future should be Titan. Yeah, I mean, the amount of water as a resource there is extraordinary. And I think we were talking about this, when was it, like a month or two ago? I mean, hell, even Venus would be a better option than Mars. You'd have to create semi-buoyant systems to stay above the clouds, but surprisingly, Venus has a rather survivable atmosphere if you're above the cloud level, if you're above where the greenhouse effect burns and boils everything on the surface. Like, don't land on Venus. You would create an air-based civilization that just floats above the clouds. So, not just water, but the Saturnian moon complex has tons of hydrogen. Makes it useful for fuel and such. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, water is a fuel source, and that's partly why they've been going the route that they've gone, right, with exploring the polar ice on the south pole of the moon. Good grief! Now I'm saying the moon, yeah. What they are doing there. You know what? I'm going to stop using that. Let's go into docking mode. We're at 1,000 meters in closing. And they're building their rocket engines now to use hydrogen, right? So, they're essentially using a version of jet fuel currently to get things off the surface. But once they get into space, they're using a hydrogen-oxygen type of mix, and they're optimizing engines for that use because that's what's in space, right? It's water, it's ice. That can be converted directly to O2 and H2. Alright, let's get this to 0. Head turns to target. Temperature and pressure wise, but isn't it still severe class? No, that's the thing that's surprising. It's a rather survivable atmosphere above the clouds at Venus. The integral trees, same concept, living in the clouds. Hey, it's Lex! Welcome back, buddy. How you doing? Yeah, look it up. There's actually quite a bit of studies in regards to survivability on Venus, not on the surface. like literally building a cloud city, using buoyant technologies, large balloons and stuff. And what's surprising is because of the density, you could build some pretty good structures. Okay, I need to look at, we are in docking mode, right? 2.8 meters per second, 670 meters per second. I just want to get up this inertial indicator lined up with the target. The thing with me is that there might be microbes up there too, and if there are, it becomes major hurdle colonization, both ethically and in terms of potential harm to humans. True. Because we don't know what kind of organic compounds specifically, we still haven't figured out Venus either, between Venus and Mars. I think in terms of the ethics and stuff, I don't think humans are gonna... The current paradigm is we're not gonna care. If they find some germs, they'll be like, alright, fine. Just don't let them infect us, but we're gonna take this planet anyway. We're gonna take this moon, no matter what, right? I think within the current paradigm of what human society and culture is, that's what it's gonna look like. And that may be a debate for the ages, right? Is it a habitable planet because it has life on it, or is it a habitable planet because it has sentient life on it? Those are the varying degrees of grayness and distinction that, future generations will essentially grapple with. Okay, this is coming in way too... RCS is not going to get me where I want to in time, I think. But this engine will. Let's ratchet this up and... Oh, nope! Oh, dadgummit. I went and screwed it up again. Now we're moving away. Cloud City on Venus. I think floating in the Great Salt Lake. Very thick atmosphere. Yeah. Utilitarianism ethics. Maximize the human condition and happiness. Makes sense to me. Alright, let's stop doing things with that. Shut down engine. It's the basic colonialism that we've had for the last few hundred years. when it comes to, you know, our societies and cultures. Like, they don't really seem to care who's there already, but the resources, that's what they want. That's what's important. Any potential upsides, have you found any potential? So yeah, I mean, there would certainly be, you know, people would take precautions and stuff like that, and ultimately, you know, the advances that we're making in technology, we'll probably just use robots to go down and grab what we want, right? Sterilize it on its way up before we take it. And that's true, yeah, you wouldn't know until you became infected. There are some markers that you can look for in terms of biocompatibility. So for example, we have diseases on Earth right now that only humans get. We have diseases on Earth that only reptiles get, right? We have diseases on Earth that only birds get. And then we have some that jump across, like the avian flu, right? It jumps from birds to humans. It doesn't affect dogs at all, right? So there are certain physical components, molecular components to virus, to bacteria, that we can check for to help reduce those risks in terms of infection and disease control, right? So those sorts of things can be found through science and technology. But ultimately until you're actually exposed to it, you're never going to know. Like, you can check all the markers, you can check all the tags, and it'll, you know, you can get to a high probability that something will not be dangerous to you. All right, let's set that docking port as the target. I do want to get our orientation set here, and then we're going to want to translate. Let's use full thrusters. This is a big, heavy spacecraft. There's a lot of mass in here that we need to move over. A lot of inertia to overcome. And let's drop to 0.5 meters per second. Volunteer to be test subject. You never know. Maybe it'll give us superpowers. What? Like a spider bite? Oh, you know what I found out recently? Sharks, great white sharks, they are immune to the poison in pufferfish. They're like one of the only creatures on the planet, practically, that is unaffected by the poison in a pufferfish. Like, if you handled a pufferfish when it like poofed out and it stung you, as a human being, you would probably die. Parrots can get a whole slew of normally human-only diseases for reasons I personally don't understand. Yeah, it's just biology, right? Like, again, looking at the molecular structure of how viruses and bacteria interact with the cells of that particular creature. Like, we have receptors for certain things that other mammals do not, and that reptiles do not, or that they do, right? So for example, cross species, so reptiles to mammals, there's practically nothing that crosses that barrier. But from mammal to mammal, so like mad cow disease, for example, that's a lot more regular because we share a lot more of the biological, the molecular compounds in our biology. Reptiles, as a cold-blooded species, they have slightly different, molecular compounds when it comes to their blood and other cellular structures. E. coli would appear harmless to us. Yeah, strains are. Yep. It's true. And just one alteration of the genome in E. coli, which changes a particular molecular tag, right, so that it can attach itself or not to the cells in your body, makes it deadly. That one little thing. It's just like all the other diseases that they've been studying and testing and checking, you know, like HIV and the flu, like all of that stuff. Alright, we're at 22 meters in closing. We need to fix our translation because we're going, yep, to the right. Inertial indicator tells us that on the scope there. And yeah, that's the sort of thing that, you know, having biologists in space in the future, that's going to be important for us as we discover these new worlds, these new moons that are even within our own local system, right? Like you said, when we go to Titan, when we go to Mars, like these are things that we have to concern ourselves with. Microthrusters on. Bump. Go! Alright, we have fuel. Man, that took a long time. I guess we've been chatting. It's okay. Having a wonderful discussion about alien life. Exploring outer space. Alright, so let's stabilize this out. Yay! Biddies! Biddies! Life would preclude us from colonizing the world either. Yep. Several other species that are intelligent here on Earth, and we don't give a... Yeah, exactly. So that kind of speaks to the point that I was making about 10 minutes ago, right? Like, the human species, in their own selfishness, yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, we can have the moral and ethical debates all day long in regards to whether or not we should take a moon or a planet based on whether it has life and whether that life is sentient. There's always going to be somebody who's just going to be like, you know what? Heck this. We're going. Puddle Jumper 1 is completely empty. Huh. I guess we better fill it up. Top off that tank. And it's all about that paradigm of colonization, right? Expansion and colonization. Like, that's kind of what we just have been doing for the last several hundred years, essentially. Welcome back. Good to see you again. We got our fuel tanker up here. We're transferring some fuel to Puddle Jumper 1. Up next, we'll check Puddle Jumper 2, verify that that is ready to go. So, you know, when you think about it, it's like, okay, so humans are not going to really care. What can we do about it? Is there anything that we can do about that, right? Can we lessen the impact, or can we make the impact better, quote unquote? Yeah, not really sure what to do about that. And then there's the whole politics of it all. That'll just basically probably be bought out, right? Yes, this is true. Definitely short-sighted. Bad at math, horrible at math, and short-sighted. And somehow we get lucky, stumbling along as we are in the dark. Oh, I need to check on monopropellant as well. Here, fuel. Oh yeah, those are 50%. This one's full. Okay, we did do that last time, so 50% on those. The station reserves. This tank here. This tank here. Not just centuries, millennia. It's always been the human thing to do. Find new habitable places. So, venturing out of Africa, spreading out specifying the crossing of the bridge to the Americas, etc. So on the one hand, yeah, I see that. On the other hand, I'm wondering, so did that grow out of migration, right? So we know plenty of critters, birds, stuff, they migrate. So is colonization, is that like migration version 2.0? Because, you know, we as a species being more advanced and having the ability to communicate at the level that we do, because we developed language, like, is colonization simply migration version 2.0? Like, it's just the expansion and growth out of that. Find ourselves out of helium. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, our supply of helium, it's dangerous. for sure. And we're still doing the party balloons. Nobody cares. Making plenty of money off of it. And then supply and demand. At some point, you know, it's just, they're just going to keep charging more for it. Maybe. Who knows? And then someday they'll stop filling balloons with frickin' helium. They'll keep it for more important things. Scientific research, you know, stuff like that. Migratory board, it's just temporary. Exactly, yeah. So that's version 1.0. Colonization is like migration from one spot to another, but it now has intent behind it. It now has the intelligence of our language. So it's migration 2.0 because it evolved from migration, so to speak. And colonization can be temporary. Like, it could last a few hundred years, and then they're like, you know what, this planet sucks, we don't want to be here anymore, we're going to go somewhere else. Medical industry, yep. And definitely for welding also. Migration in the human context is also permanent. So, yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, like, you know, having people that are, you know, collapsing those terms rather than being specific about them. But, you know, the thought about colonization being an upgrade from migration just occurred to me tonight in this conversation. Like, I never thought of that before. I didn't think of colonization that way. I was just like, okay, well, how did we come up with this idea of colonization as human beings? And then that's where my thinking led me, having this discussion with you guys. Like, I literally never thought of that before. Like, what if colonization is simply we took migration to a whole new level, right? Instead of just moving around because the seasons change. And the reason we moved around because seasons changed is because we needed food. Food was available down here at this time, and it was not available up here at the same time, so we moved south. And then the seasons changed, and the food down south got depleted, but food up north returned, so we migrated back north, right? It's that whole movement back and forth. Well, with colonization, it's like, well, England is running out of resources. They want more resources, they want more wealth and gold, so they're going to go look somewhere else for it. They planted a colony on North America, right? Which eventually revolted, and now we have the United States because of a tea party. I think my tea is cold. So it's just kind of that development of thought. A thought exercise, if you will. Nomadic? Moving to the tune of environmental conditions. From the anthropology courses I've taken, it seems most likely that human migration out of Africa was caused by a resource shortage as human populations increased, forcing groups to split apart to find more resources. Yeah. So, okay. So, 40s, you bring up a good question, 40s Fixer. So, what's the distinction between nomadic and migration then? Would nomadic be like migration 1.5? Because I kind of feel like nomadic, they still come back at some point. Whereas colonization is like, you know, you set out and then they stay over there. And then migration is like regularly, seasonally, again, based on the resources, right? Going back and forth based on whether those shortages occurred or not. And 5 skies in the sky plus the moon, really? Which planets are we talking about? Jupiter, Saturn. Mars is probably up there. I don't think Venus would be out this late. Where are you? Okay, so for me, the moon is actually that direction. Because that is south for me. What planet is that? I can't... Oh, that's Saturn. So Saturn is just behind the moon for me. And that's due south. If I look southwest is Jupiter. Okay. What other planets are out there? I don't see Mars on here either. Yeah, it just has the moon and Saturn, and it's currently in the right above Corona Australis, Jupiter is currently in the constellation of Scorpius. Though that's only part of the story, since modern humans also interbred with at least 2 other human species, Neanderthals, so on and so forth. Where is that in the country right now? Has bragged about his clear night sky and telescope. Middle of New York City, you'll never see. Yeah. Jupiter and Antares. So Antares is a star. Saturn is close up. Neptune is up. Vega is up. Mars isn't up. Vega is a star. Wait, Neptune? I did not see Neptune. Sorry, I'm looking north. Mercury is due north, straight behind me. If we were to look at Mercury, I don't know if you guys can see it on my phone or not. Mars and Mercury and the Sun, they're below the horizon and almost, they're at, it looks like north-northwest. Let's see if I can get this on here. If I tilt that. So you can see the Sun, Mercury, and whatever I just said. Mercury and Mars, the Sun, oh, and Venus, actually. There's 3 planets right by the Sun if we look below the horizon and due north, right? Let's see. Libra, Jupiter, Saturn and Moon. Let me look on the guide here if I can see. Yeah, it tells us that Neptune and Uranus are not visible to the naked eye, and they are currently not visible in the, even if we were looking, they're not visible in the regular sky. They would be basically like Venus and Mercury. They would be somewhere behind the horizon on north of us. Neptune is eastish, same level as the Moon. So east, so the Moon's there. There's Aquarius, Pisces. I'm looking down now, like through the planet. Well, I don't see, and I don't know if this app just doesn't show those 2 planets because they're not visible to the naked eye, but yeah, I might need another app to look that up. Below the dotted line, use Starwalk 2, okay. Alright, 46er. Yeah, remember, 9 o'clock Mountain Time every Saturday and Sunday for Kerbal Space Program. Go ahead and hit that follow if you haven't already. Love to have you back for more of this. Grew up populated area in upstate New York. Seeing books was incredible. So you're in Texas, okay. I'm in Denver. I grew up in a little tiny town in southwest Colorado, which was recently named one of the best night skies in the country because it literally is like frickin' nowhere. My hometown is like 600 people, maybe 700 tops. So there's practically nothing out there. It is great for star watching, for looking at, you know, the Milky Way galaxy and stuff like that. Oh, in the Aquarius region. I just saw Aquarius. So for me, that looks like it's southeast. There's south, there's east. So Aquarius would be southeast, yeah. Gotcha. I can see that New Mexico is amazing. Yeah, that's another... Well, so here's the thing. My hometown is just a little bit north of New Mexico. Like, you only have to drive maybe an hour and a half. Well, maybe 2 hours. And you can get down to, like, Flagstaff, that area. Below dotted orbit line. Gotcha. Did we fuel... Does everybody have fuel now? Puddle Jumper 1 has fuel. Puddle Jumper 2 has fuel. Space station. Let's check the tanks. That one's empty, that one's empty. That one has a little bit in it. Okay, so let's grab these 2 tanks. All 3 tanks. And then we're just going... Oh, did I seriously just do that? I did. You know what, let's just do these 2. That way we can free up a parking spot for another spacecraft. We can get rid of the fuel tanker. We can store fuel on board the Kerbal International Space Station. So that's an upgrade from the last career mode that we were playing, by the way. Camped out in the high desert. Nearest town was an hour away, and said town was tiny. You know where you can get as dark a sky as you can get. Yeah. Plus being desert, no humidity, right? It's perfect for that. So yeah, growing up in southwest Colorado, it's high mountain desert is the climate down there. Okay, and then monoprop. We still have a little bit left here. Do we have... That's full. This one's not. First rattlesnake there. Well, you are still alive here and chatting, so I'm guessing that that encounter went okay, so to speak. Not terrible. Uranus is just below Aries, below the dotted line. Afghanistan was amazing too. Yeah, I bet. I mean, I would think that a lot of the quote-unquote third world countries, right, are going to be pretty awesome as far as being able to see, you know, amazing stars. Like, one of the things that I do miss, which is like one of 2 things that I miss, the rest I can't stand about my hometown, is, you know, the night sky. I mean, it looks like this. You literally look up and you see the Milky Way galaxy and you see the stars, and all you gotta do is turn off your porch light. Like, it's dark enough on our front yard to do that, or my parents' front yard. Kuwait as well, yeah. Anywhere you can get away from all those city lights and get a nice spot to just sit and stare into the vasty nothingness that is outer space. Alright, let's get rid of the fuel tanker. Is there still fuel on here? Oh, it's on this tank. Oops. Oh well. Hey, guess what? We can try and deorbit this. What did that do for our periapsis of 57,000 meters? So, you know, aerobraking, it will eventually fall out of the sky. Not bad. Oh my. Hilarious. All the other students in the group gathered around and looked at Professor Wynn even closer than I was when I found and said, "No, don't worry, they don't actually want to waste their venom on you." Right. Good grief, 106. So I was in Vegas 2 weeks ago for a work conference, and yeah, it was that hot. But it's also nice and dry out there, so fortunately it didn't seem too bad, and we got to spend 99% of our time indoors at the convention center. Okay, so we have some things to do. Did not see it until it rattled. Yeah, and the rattle is something that gets you. That's for sure. You're like, whoa, what is that? And then you're trying to figure out where it's coming from, right? Oh man, I wish I could have. I don't tend to get out of state unless, like, for work, I have to. I haven't traditionally had an income where I can just run off and travel whenever I feel like it. I very rarely take vacations for the same reason. So, a lot of people have also asked me if I'm going to TwitchCon or not, and like, currently I can't afford it. It's not something that I can do. I would love to, that's for sure. Phone to Vegas 117. Oh, save. Quick save. Thanks, Nightbot. Thanks, Airborne Junkie. Let's see. Let's look at some contracts. We got some rich Kerbals. Oh, we got to get that unmanned probe. So we can launch the unmanned probe. We actually have already built the probe. We can launch it with the rich Kerbals because we can stack it onto their spacecraft, the launch vehicle. 117 degrees there. He left. It was 50. Sweatshirt stepped out of the airport in Vegas and I feel like, oh, good grief, yeah. So here's the question. The terminal that you got out of in Vegas, was it one of the outdoor ones or was it a regular indoor one? 110. Ugh. I don't think it's gotten over 100 yet here in Denver. Don't quote me on that. It might have. And it's still only, you know, August, so we still have plenty of time to get over that temperature, that's for sure. But we've had a few 90s here and there. Speaking of which, what is our weather like these days? Yeah, we might hit 91 on Thursday, but mostly it's high 80s. 90 on Saturday, possibly. Nothing terrible. I think it was 2016. First 100-degree day was in May. I actually died. Oh, wow. Okay, so let's load the Rich Kerbal Launch and Recovery System. And then let's delete the fairing because we're going to add on the polar satellite. Wait a second, what's it called? Which company is doing it? Maxo Construction. Maxo, yep, this one. Merge. Do. I think I need to re-anchor this. Nope, don't do that. There we go. Okay, so we can launch that satellite in conjunction with the Rich Kerbals. Stationed on an island-based one's perfect weather. Masira Island. Palm trees, ocean, waves daily. Redeployment to Kyrgyzstan, -20. Ugh. That's the worst, right? Going from one extreme to the other. And I guess perfect can be an extreme, considered you went to -20 afterwards. And 101, still live in New York, it's like 90%. Oh, I hear humidity is just awful. And my only experience with that was when we went to the Philippines when I was 10. Hot and humid, it was awful. No one had cold weather gear, oh. 4 months, what? Kitties? Littles? I don't have kids. Not married, single, you know, that whole thing. -20-degree days, so comfortable in extreme cold. Masira is in Oman. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've never been to any of that part of the world. The only place I've ever been is the Philippines. And then most of the western United States, I would say. You know, California, Utah, Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado forever. Parts of Wyoming I've been up and through. One summer we did have training in Nashville, Tennessee, and we did a road trip from Fort Collins, Colorado, out to Nashville. So I kind of drove through Kansas and some of those other states to get there. And then we drove back, and we did hit some of the like the tops of some of the southern states as I don't remember which interstate it was, but we also hit like Texas on the way back as well, briefly, when we road tripped out, when we came back essentially. From great having Taliban bringing fuel trucks and oh, good grief. Go swimming in freezing temperatures. So where I grew up in southwest Colorado, there's a little town nearby called Ouray. It looks like Captions doesn't know how to spell Ouray. Oh, it does. Look at that. Oh, it had it for just a moment. So in Ouray there is hot springs. It's O-U-R-A-Y. There's a hot springs there. Actually, there's a couple of hot springs, but the main hot springs, they set up a municipal pool. And so, yeah, you can totally swim there all year round, even when it's cold. Great. Cold hurts. Hip, knees, back. Oh, yeah. So that's something that has started to get me as well, because I've had a recent knee injury a few years ago from running. And yeah, weather will definitely affect my joints for sure. But yeah, I do prefer it a bit on the cool side, personally. So let's make sure that this satellite, Polar Orbit, must be a new unmanned probe built for Maxo Construction Toys after contract is accepted. Has an antenna and can generate power. Has an antenna. It's got solar panels, big battery, a little bitty fuel tank, little bitty engines. Maintaining stability for 10 seconds. Okay, so that'll actually accomplish those two things there. So let's check on the crew manifest. People that they just need to fly by. River source last year, taking river ecology. Oh, okay. 35 degrees. Ooh, wow. 15 minutes, huh? What was I gonna look at? Oh, crew manifest. So let's take some rich Kerbals that are part of the other crew that we've already... Do we have any more pilots that need... Okay, Jeb, you're going on leave for the weekend. This is the new pilot that we rescued. You need certification in flight as well as orbit. So we're going to put you in there. Now let's take a look at... Had to tell me Galawari for thermia, right? I mean, that is kind of a thing you have to think about. Ooh, this one needs to land on Minmus. What? Orbit Minmus. Land on the Mun. Orbit the Mun. Land on the Mun. Land on Minmus. Wow, these guys are... We haven't even built our station at Minmus yet. All we have is the lander. That is... that's nuts. Yeah. iPhone is tired. iPhone and tired, right? Yeah, that autocorrect will get you sometimes. On the surface of the Mun. Oh, we need to surface deploy Mystery Goo on the surface of Minmus. Okay. So what okay, so we need to... Let's collapse that. What about these guys? Orbit Kerbin, suborbital, flyby Minmus, orbit Minmus. So they're not landing. This one is landing. Wait, which satellite is this? Curlington model rockets. Have a materials bay. We could actually send both of these satellites if we wanted to. Okay, can't type bedtime. Yeah, that's how I get when I've been up too late. Like, I start making mistakes on orbit. It's like, okay, bedtime, right? Up to their necks for like an hour without getting hypothermia. It's intense. Yeah, the things they can do, like they self-hypnotize, right? Like the physical, the feats of physical stuff that they can do. It's pretty extraordinary when they do that. I mean, it literally is the mind over matter capability that people often talk about and sell, you know, millions of dollars of books and self-help. Like mind over matter, positivity. Yeah, it's all BS until you get to these Tibetan monks that are doing, you know, crazy stuff like that, sitting in frozen water. That's where it really counts. And they're not selling that junk for $1 million. I can actually put both of these satellites up. So the launch capability of this launch system with the Rich Kerbal launch system, we could add a pretty decent chunk. This itty bitty little satellite is tiny. We could stack. How would I do this? 5 minutes holding your breath, yeah. Okay, so let's consider. I want to put up 2 satellites here. So let's add in, what do we have as far as payload? What does this look like? Shroud. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. We're not going to use that. Use a stack separator. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so for the second satellite, orbit specifics. This is pretty high. So like we can get to the Mun. It's not going to take a lot of delta V to get this satellite into its orbit, so that'll be fine. We can do a itty bitty little Oscar B fuel tank. Put a couple of the itty bitty engines on it. Yeah, 2 kilonewtons. Actually, hold up. Let's set that to snap. This one does... Okay, it's got stability assist. Whereas this is just the plain old little guy, right? Does have reaction wheels. It does have stability assist. Wait. Oh, but it doesn't give me prograde, retrograde stuff. It doesn't give me, yeah. I don't really need prograde, retrograde hold. We'll keep this satellite cheap as well. We'll just put the little octo on there. It needs, so it's gonna need its own battery also. It's going to need some solar panels. It's going to need an antenna. And then there was something specific about this one. Oh, a materials bay, a mystery goo. So, where's my science? The materials bay. That's the other name for the Science Junior, right? Storage unit. That's a good question. Why do you ask? I think it's the Science Junior. And a mystery goo. Can I put a mystery goo inside the Science Junior? No. Oh well. Working on a design to capture and deorbit debris in my game, so I was going to ask if you got plans for something similar. Mr. Egu. That's interesting. Did that come up in the captions? Question mark? That's funny. Okay, so that's satellite. So the stack separator, we got fuel, engines, probe, solar panels, battery, antenna, the science, the mystery goo. No, okay. That is kind of funny to say it that way though, right? Mr. Egu. Let's see. Okay, so there's those two satellites. We can put both of those up just fine. And we'll send them off in their own separate way because they're both going to have their own amount of delta V and whatever. But this, so actually what we'll do is we'll undock this. The puddle jumper will come over and grab it, the whole configuration. We're not going to separate these until they're at the MUN. And then they can go off on their own separate paths. But getting to the MUN, they're going to stick together. We're just going to undock them from the Rich Kerbal launch and recovery system, right? And then we'll stick them on one of the puddle jumpers. So for now, what we need to figure out is which Kerbals are we taking? So some of these guys need to land on Minmus, and some just need to fly by. Some of them need to land on the MUN. So I need to figure out who we got to take. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can take everybody. And then we'll just leave some of them at the space station depending on if they need to go to Minmus or not. Right? Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Do we have... Yeah, they're on board. Okay. So we have all of the... Yes. That's for sure. Let's save that for a hot minute. I need to go look at something at the, like mission control maybe? I'm trying to remember what I need to look at here. I want to look, are there any more rescue contracts? Basically, is what I want to look at. Specific orbit of Minmus. Like, yeah, we'll get there eventually. And we'll probably need it for communications and relays. Adjusted orbit of Kerbin. I don't know about that. I've done a few rescue missions. Well, that answers that question. Yeah, Weirdo was one of our rescues. Actually, just recently. I think we brought him home last night. Her, no? Him or her? I don't remember. Alright, let's go ahead and put on the aerodynamic fairing. That should be fun, right? Yes. It all looks good. Fantastic. Oh, was he? I thought he was a tourist. Nope. Rescue contracts for Kerbals, ridiculous names. Yes. The names are always just completely silly. It looks like a dude. Okay. So Munless was another rescue pilot. So anybody with the white astronaut outfit, that was a rescue. The orange, these guys are original. Original crew. Last save when the game threw me a contract to rescue Billy Bobson. Nice. No choice but to accept. Okay, let's make sure all of our staging is intact. So we have main engine, gantries, solid rocket boosters, deployment through the Separatrons, yeah, stage separation. Then we have MECO, the upper booster, fairing, right, the fairing, stage separation. Those engines do not go there. In fact, those engines, yeah, we'll keep all of those up top there. Separation. There's that separation. Where's this engine? So a stage separator there. Why is there another oh, that separator needs to go up top as well. Fairing. This is going to be the Orbo engine separation right here. And this engine ignites, and then separation because that's re-entry. This separation needs to go up here as well. And then we have drogue chutes, and then main chutes. Okay, staging looks pretty good there. And a test save I did while figuring out recording stuff. I also had a contract to rescue Venus. I kept that save, yeah. That's how the Russians say Venus. Okay, I think it looks good. Should we launch some rich Kerbals? Some of them are probably going to hang out at the space station for the Minmus stuff. Some of them have to go to the Mun and land. So we'll figure that out, I guess. 12-year-old late laughing at it. Yup. Alright, I want some more tea. I don't know about you guys, but while that's loading, I'm going to grab this over here. A part of me also wishes that you could change the names without like a mod or something, like just being able to rename Kerbals. Of course, as you noted, with the creative names that they come up with, you probably don't want to rename some of them because it's just way too much fun, right? Okay, let's check fuel there. We'll only have a minimal ablator because A, it saves weight, and B, they never go higher than the space station, so it's not like they really need a whole lot for re-entry. Stabilization is on. I think everything looks good. Nuclear vessels. Yes, from the Star Trek movie. Anybody want to do the 3-2-1 command? Get this rocket launched. Or you could do a full count. That would be the other one. Star Trek 4 ruled. You know, there were so many things about that movie. Star Trek 5? What? Alright, we're going, guys. We're launching. Liftoff. Hello, computer. Computer? Alright, we're going to throttle down and save some of our liquid fuel on the main engine. We'll just use strictly boosters for the first part of this lift. What does God need with a starship, right? Lock that in there. Just kind of lead the inertial indicator a smidge. Get our trajectory going out over the ocean. So the theory that I've always heard is all the good Star Treks were the even-numbered ones. Alright. Alright, stage separation. Solid rocket boosters away. I'm going to throttle down and conserve our fuel until we get through max Q. How's our trajectory look? Alright, we are full throttle now. Passing through 17,000 meters. As bad as 5 was, at least it's still kind of funny, terrible. I'm just thinking of Spock wearing the headband from 4. Hippie. Oh man. I was not paying attention to that. Apogee is already 90 kilometers. Yeah, this launch system's a little overpowered for what it's doing, but that's why we can add on extra payloads whenever we want. Alright, there's Miko. Passing through 60,000 meters. Let's take a look at the tracking station. See what that tells us. Look at all the debris. 2 minutes 26 seconds to apogee. Let's go ahead and stage for the fairing. Bam! Lights. Service bay. Solar panels. Like Battlefield Earth levels of bad. Oh man. Oh. Okay. We are on our way, folks. Let me go grab my tea now that the hot water's ready. I'll be back. You know, looking back on the whole Battlefield Earth thing too, and like John Travolta, giant alien dude. Yeah, it was kind of a mess, wasn't it? Alright, T-minus 45 seconds to apogee. Let's lock that in. It's a big engine. Gunning hard for orbit. "20 seconds to apogee. Wait just a tick. Huh. was like, we still have a tremendous amount of fuel in this engine, in this tank. Yeah, this staging is pretty wild. Okay. Fine by me. I've actually been standing up and sitting down quite a bit tonight, so I don't even know what I should be doing right now. Wasn't I just sitting down? I don't remember. I'm standing now. I'll stand for a little while. We'll see how this goes. I was thinking about shortening the timer too, because it goes off every 45 minutes. I was thinking about changing it to 30 minutes. Ooh, hey, thanks for the follow, wizard. Okay, we have periapsis and staging. Throttle down. Kick off the booster. Let's fire up that orbital engine, shall we? So long, it's been good to know ya. Alright, periapsis rising through 40 kilometers. 50. 60. 70, we have orbit. Okay. All systems nominal. Looking good. Looks like we got a couple of contracts completed for crew that needed to orbit. Yeah, orbit around Kerbin there. Duna, someday. We gotta find that tree first, though. Ha! Plan this station, make yourself an SSTO plane for your tourist contracts. You know, maybe I should. Now that I have an idea about planes and stuff. Instead of throwing away this thing every time. Although it does have... I think I would want to do something that could hold cargo, like a couple of small satellites like this, right? So that if I want to add some more payload. Okay, your argument just, it's a lot more convincing than it used to be. The Mark I cockpit, that thing is challenging on re-entry. Gotcha. Okay, we are headed to the KISS. Kerbal International Space Station. Look at that. Ascending descending node is only 0.4 degrees. Let's go ahead and raise that periapsis as well. I wish it wouldn't come towards us. Where are we currently? This is us. Maybe we should adjust it when we get to the other side. Oh well. Intersect is 894 kilometers. Crew carrying capacity is to make two versions of the same basic design, one with a Mark II crew cabin and one with a cargo bay in that crew cabin. Oh, okay. So you have an SSTO for either one. So part of the reason I want the cargo capability is because sometimes we don't always get a full crew complement, right? Like we might not get enough contracts to take rich Kerbals, so we only have like a partial like crew fulfillment. Small satellites can easily fit in a Mark II cargo bay. Okay. So that's kind of what my thinking has been there. It'll be something to explore, that's for sure. We can play around with that. Let's see, where is... The space station's there, it's ahead of us. We need to catch the space station. So I'm thinking we'll leave this periapsis low for now. Let's see what happens when we get to intersect 1. 894 kilometers. Hashtag math. $620. 274. So 620 divided by 274 equals 2.26 orbits. Okay, fine by me. We can fix the periapsis later once we get to that 0.76 orbits. Let's do the time warp again. Once you make your first successful, useful SSTO plane. I love your little qualifiers on there. First successful, useful SSTO. Why you waited so long, even though they are technically, yes, less useful and a bigger headache. The cool factor far offsets their limitations. Well, alrighty then. Alright, my feet are feeling off, so I'm gonna go ahead and sit down again. Okay, that brings us down to 318. One more orbit, and we're gonna be practically on top of the space station. Let's do the time warp again. You know, it's surprising how much I have not done with Kerbal over the years, you know? Full cost back on landing at the KSC. Yeah. Just don't mess up and crash, because they are pretty pricey to lose. Gotcha. Holy smokes. Look at that. It just naturally... 3.4 kilometers. 47.8 meters per second delta V. I don't know that I even need to adjust or tweak that at this point. Like, what? Okay, let's go. Oh, I forgot to fix the inclination. That might actually do us some good if we do that. However, let's do it here. Just because we're higher in altitude, it'll require less delta V to do the inclination burn. Be on the anti-normal, which actually does bring us closer. Okay, looks good. Oh, did you guys hear? So I guess it's Wednesday. I think I'm going to revisit No Man's Sky because Beyond comes out on Wednesday. I haven't played that in like 6 months. What do you think of that? Anybody else play No Man's Sky? T-minus 40 seconds to maneuver. Forsaken all other games. Kerbal is my life now. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I did add Saturday and Sun to the Sunday routine, so that way I would at least have the 2 days to get enough. And yeah, I really do love this game. It's been so fun to discover and learn everything, right? T-minus 15 seconds. Three, 2, 1, 0. Okay, let's prep for docking. This guy's never been to orbit before. What? So we need to turn you to the left. I always know that this is the spine, the dorsal side of the spacecraft, so that way I know my orientation just by looking at the exterior view of the spacecraft. But we can't just hit retrograde and have him lock onto it because he's never been to orbit. He doesn't have that skill set yet, but he will after this. 30 freaking game systems just sitting here collecting dust because I'd rather play Kerbal. Nothing wrong with that, right? Alright, let's reduce this down to 25%. Okay, and then head towards the target. Looking good, looking good. Let's get our orientation up so that we can just quick glance, take a look at that. Okay, and then let's get prepped for retrograde once we get there. Oh, I guess I should have turned off stabilization so that I could let inertia carry us around. Last November or so, waiting for some KSP mods to update for 1.6, finally got around to launching Skyrim for the first time. Oh, good grief. 6 years. Wow. That's impressive. Hey, thanks for the follow. Awesome sauce. Alright. Because of Minecraft and KSP. Everybody in their Minecraft. It's wild. You know, the other one that I haven't played in a while that I used to play a lot is Factorio. Lots of building, the micromanagement of all of the stuff, the research. Building out the factories and the build queues and like all the madness that is that game. What happened to our retrograde? Another time sink, yep. .5 kilometers, 2.1 meters per second. Kind of just trying to finish my goals in KSP, so I'm focusing like entirely on that right now. That's good. Yeah, it's always good to have goals. That's kind of why I like contracts, because it gives me something to work towards. I kind of feel like some of the stuff that I haven't explored in Kerbal is because, you know, they don't have contracts for it. So as far as like building aircraft and doing some of that stuff, like maybe I just didn't explore those options ever, but now I have this concept in my head, because I was talking about it last night, right? So I used to draw airplanes all the time when I was a kid, up through high school even. I had it in my head that chroma key on top. Looks like a comet cruising through the sky. Okay, hang on. Let me get this docked, and then we'll fix the chroma key. So yeah, I wanted for the longest time when I grew up to design airplanes, right? Like I learned how to fly Microsoft Flight Simulator when I was 10. Like airplanes have been in my life in some form or fashion for like ever. One of my earliest memories as a child, I think I was like 3 years old. Holy smokes, that's coming in hot. I remember looking up in the sky and seeing a commercial jet flying overhead, and it just fascinated me. So yeah, for the longest time, I have just been in love with flight and with spacecraft. So, like, you know, in that respect, let's go look at this for a second, because we still got, yeah, it's going to take us a minute to get there. Oh, I see what you mean, right there. This guy. No, I'm not trying to move, I'm trying to, there we go. Just reduce the border. There we go. Alright, 200 meters out, 2 meters per second. Let's go ahead and disable this engine. We're just going to use the RCS from here on out, the reaction control system. Primary goal, simply to land a Kerbal on and return that Kerbal from the surface of every landable body in the game. That's impressive, yeah. I've done aside from Eve and Tylo. Except that also includes everything added by the Outer Planets mod, and I've only done flybys of 2 moons added by that pack thus far. Okay. I mean, that's impressive. Like, I certainly need to get to that point too. I've just been developing this idea of like the commercial space program, so to speak, for myself for the longest time, just to see like what would it be like? What if we did have a reliable, regular transport to the moon? Like, what would that look like? Especially given the whole conversation that's been going on with the Lunar Gateway and stuff. Having all those new contracts coming about. NASA's been awarding the contracts to all these new companies. So much stuff going on. It's wild and crazy times, guys. Right? I mean, thinking about our real space program versus what we do in Kerbal. Actually, let's get a little bit of down inertia going here. Like, we dream up some pretty incredible, like, fanciful ideas in Kerbal, and it would just be amazing to see some of this stuff come about with NASA and with real life type stuff. Except using SSTOs to launch Kerbals from Kerbin and then using ferries to transport them. Yeah. And then using other landers built to SSTO to and from the surface of the body. Yeah, I think that would... I mean, that's how I have the MUN and Minmus set up, right? If you remember my previous career. Or even this right here. Like, we go to the Kerbal International Space Station. We have spacecraft that dock here, they never land, and all they do is they ferry everybody back and forth. It's just a space bus. That just... we're driving the bus. Alright, I'm gonna bring this to like kind of a relative stop, if I can. And then we need to offload these guys in a safe park orientation. I'm just thinking about which way everything is translating and sliding here. If we offload them here, they should probably be okay, and then we'll use Puddle Jumper 1 to pick them up. Okay, looking good. Do you remember that? Need to recover, or never recover the SSTOs. Simply land them on runways and have them refueled by a little refueling rig. That would be pretty cool. So you would never spend any curb bucks. Yeah. That would be the ultimate, like, exercise in terms of efficiency and making use of your equipment, right? Having the mining rig set up on the surface somewhere. I've seen people do that. You know, they have a mining rig at, say, Minmus, for example. And then that way they can just stop at Minmus because the gravity is so low. Like, your escape velocity is like 50 meters per second or something ridiculous. So, okay, let's yaw to the right. We're going to have to pitch up our nose in order to dock. I need a bit of a roll here to the... How close are we? A little too. I do want to overshoot that a little bit because of our translation. We're going to have to come down to get the correct angle. And then a bit of a yaw to the right, and then we're going to have to translate to the right as well. Don't you go spinning off there. I'm glad I caught that when I did. Bam, good dock. Okay. Let's stabilize that. All right. This guy's just kind of cruising along. Doo-doo. All right, let's get everybody transferred. Let's use Puddle Jumper 1. I'm going to transfer this pilot. Okay, good. All y'all going on to the Puddle Jumper 1. Alright, that container's empty. How about this one? Alright, and we're golden. So this engine off. Check fuel. Monoprop good. Monoprop good. Primary tank full. Secondary tank full. Engine is off. Alright, you are go for launch. Heading to the Mun. You also need to go grab that little satellite package. Stabilization is on. Rash control system. No, we need to switch spacecraft, don't we? Stabilization on. Rash control. Control from here, maybe? That is up. Okay, we need to go left then. I need to switch back to the space station because stuff seems to be doing things. Alright, let's get you rotated this way. Puddle jumper 1. Get you set up for intercept. Alright, engine is live. Double check engine is live. Okay, confirmed. We only need a couple meters per second to catch this guy. Head out and make breakfast. Oh boy, what you making for breakfast? Alright, and then we're actually going to turn around because the docking port is on the other end of that spacecraft, so... Kimchi omelet. Ooh. I haven't had a good omelet in a while. Something to think about for tomorrow. Okay, here we go. Let's get our pitch oriented properly. Find the docking port, set target. I'm telling you one of my omelets, they're delicious. Aha! So it'll be out of here mostly if you're not. Okay, that's fine. It's always good to lurk too. We appreciate the support and the views. It's all good. If you would like to use the lurk command, you're welcome to use that too. Alright, micro thrusters, we're going to be in here. Meters down, 19, 18, 17. Dun dun dun. There's 10 meters. Let's drop back down to real time here. See if we can get this sorted out. Do we have contact? 2 meters in closing. Good. Good capture. Okay. Science package satellites for the 2 missions at the MUN have now been captured and are ready to go. Actually, you know what? Let's just hold on right here a minute. Deploy solar panels. We want to keep our batteries charged up here. Now let's take a look at going to the MUN. We have a space station to meet up with. "45 degrees off, prograde. 508,000 meters there. It's actually probably a good altitude to drop off both of these satellites. That's 798.9 meters per second. That's pretty optimal. We must have hit a good spot in the Mun's orbit. Not even 800 meters per second. With the additional load of those two satellites, I'm not going to mess with that. Okay. Let's do the time warp again. And then, yes, Nightbot, thanks for the reminder. We are going to want a quick save when we get there, right? Wait. Why did we stop moving? We stopped time warping automatically. That's weird. Like, we're not time warping? We're not time warping. What the hecky heck? Also, let's deploy our antenna just in case. Okay, maneuver. Warp to next maneuver. It's not working. If I click and warp there, then it'll let me go. That's weird. Oh. We should activate the engine. It is active. 100%. There we go. Alright, T-minus 20 seconds to maneuver. Let's get situated for that. It's prograde burn. Alright. Fuel tanks are full. Also, disable crossfeed. We want to make sure that we do not use any of the fuel on these two. Go for ignition. Goodbye, space station. Slight victory roll there as we pass by the Kerbal International Space Station. "45 seconds remaining on the burn." So, we are going to the Mun with some rich Kerbals, as well as 2 satellite packages that will be deployed when we get there. 2 different satellite systems. A, we want the money from the rich Kerbals, and B, we need the science, the research stuff, to unlock the bigger wheels, right? So when we were looking for the tree earlier, like, we only had the little bitty wheels for the rovers, and we just can't go anywhere. We can only go 6 meters per second, and it takes an absurd amount of time to get anywhere. We did develop an airplane, by the way. Wait, you were here. Yeah, so we got the Learjet. I actually improved on the Learjet today. Did another flyby, just cruising around. And I landed it. I discovered a lot of the flight parameters for that jet, the Learjet. And so that's all golden. Yeah, that looks good. So I know the window of operation for the Learjet now, in terms of stall speed, landing speed, that sort of thing. It was a bit of a bouncy landing, to be honest, but like, it worked. So, as you know, flying by the trees, like, we really can't do anything. But they're far enough away that the rover technology I have now, it would take days to get there to scan the silly tree. So we got to unlock some more technology, which means research, which means what we're doing right here. Let's do the time warp again. So, the fantastic thing about the puddle jumpers being the space bus, we can also attach on the docking port here up front. So this is both satellite packages. We can stage and separate them as needed, and then we can dock this guy with the Mun International Space Station. Actually, we want you retrograde because you're going to be on a periapsis there. When searching for the tree too, and it is out where they said. I landed by it with a lightweight biplane. Okay, cool. Good to hear. That's encouraging to that you were in fact able to find it. So I just need, I guess, a little more technology too. I could probably do that with then, like developing a biplane, but I think I need some more research unlocked for those parts, maybe? What do you think? With the technology that I had? Or have, I guess? How's your day going? It's good to see you back. Dun 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 dun. Bam. Okay, now let's set up our retrograde burn here. So once we do that, we can release. What's the altitude on this? 1.3. What is this? 1.7. Okay, so let's get this to 1.3, and then that way it'll just be easy enough. It'll just be a inclination burn for that satellite to get to there, and then the other satellite inclination burn plus a retrograde to get down to that orbit. Yeah, perfect. So once we do our periapsis, our retrograde burn at periapsis here, we'll release the two satellites and send them on their merry. Also, the larger yellow tan rover wheels go about 28 meters per second, and yeah, you'd definitely be able to build a lightweight single-engine plane on your attack level, especially now that you have a better understanding of the plane mechanics. Okay, cool. So, what time is it? It's just after midnight. Let's send these guys. We'll dock the puddle jumper at the space station. We'll send these satellites to their respective orbits, so here and here, and then we'll go try that out. We'll go mess around with it. Okay, time warp to here. T-minus 55 seconds to maneuver. I'm actually going to speed that up a little bit. Alright, 20 seconds. 10. Alright, retrograde burn, ignition. So I'm thinking a biplane with just like one jet engine, right? I think I saw that there were some like flat winglet or wing structures we could use. Okay, so now we're going to deploy the two satellites so that they can go about their missions. Undock. Extend antenna. Extend antenna. Also, if you can, get some of the bigger jet engines. It unlocks the possibility of building a stratoglider for satellite launches. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, so at this point, let's go back to the puddle jumper. I want to have you out of alignment with that, with those science probes, so that way when we burn retrograde, they don't run into us. And since they don't have any RCS, they have minimal amounts of thrust control on them. Like, we're going to move the puddle jumper to get out of the way there. i.e. fly the plane until nearly flame out with a 2-3 phase rocket for orbit transfer. Nice, okay. Yeah, that sounds like a decent thing to do. Easy enough, right? Oh wow, our inclination is off quite a bit. Let's add a maneuver node here and burn on the normal so we can fix that. Got to look at the right one also, because all these other target orbits are... Alright, there we go. Or you can always just fire rockets at KSP in times of frustration. Right? Yes. Launch the rocket! Okay, lock in the normal. And let's do the time warp again. Puddle Jumper 1. Prepare for maneuver. Fast forward up to the last few seconds on the inclination burn. We overshot it just a smidge, probably half a meter per second on the Delta V. Okay, now, let's get retrograde again. Mon International Space Station. This is the puddle jumper, this is the space station. Let's just clear up our space a bit so we can see a little bit easier. Retrograde burn here at the apoapsis. Apoapsis. Actually, I'm going to thrust limit this now, since we're just doing maneuvers around the Mun. 25% ought to do it, right? We have an intersect already. That's fantastic. $647 kilometers. What happens when we pass that point? It moves, changes completely. Whoa! We have a secondary. How close is this? 5.5 kilometers. Okay, hold up. I can get within 300 meters? Hang on, let's go to docking mode. So yeah, secondary intersect, I can get a 300 meter, 54.4 meters per second delta V intersect on this orbit. Fine by me. RCS is off. Let's do the time warp again. So with that synchronization, we're basically just taking advantage of a harmonic on the orbits, right? Okay, so closest approach was 300 meters, right? 323 meters, yeah. Alright, target showing there. Bit of a hefty burn. I'm going to bump us up to 50% on the engine. "500 meters, we'll go full throttle. And now. That's curious. %, full throttle there. Target, throttle up. All right, 3 meters per second, 470 meters, and closing. How come our lights are not on? That was weird. Missing the lovely blue lighting of Puddle Jumper 1. Okay, on approach, 400 meters and closing. 3.1 meters per second. Use our reaction control system to slow ourselves down. 155 meters, let's drop to 2 meters per second. We do have docking ports in sight. Let's go ahead and designate one as our target. There's our parking spot. 125 meters in closing. Go ahead and line up that inertial indicator with the target indicator. And let's slow our approach to 1 meter per second. Let's get a bit of a down translation. We need to slide underneath the spacecraft here so we can pitch our nose up and approach the station this way. Get our yaw adjusted there. Hopefully that pitch angle will work. We can adjust it as needed on approach. 60 meters and closing. How does that look out here? It looks like we need to pitch the nose up just a smidge more. That docking port seems to be pointed on the anti-normal, so which is almost about there, it looks. Slow our vertical translation a bit. Probably a little bit more left translation to push us. There we go, yeah. On approach this way. Let's stop that left translation. Yaw a bit to the left. There we go. How much did we overshoot? Looks like quite a bit. Alright, let's get our yaw turned over. I think pitch should be good. Nope, nose up just a smidge. That looks fairly close. Six meters in closing. Five meters in closing. Keep your eye on the ball. All right. We're almost there. Good luck. Okay. Congratulations. Successfully docked with the Kerbal International Space Station. We do have data that needs to get transferred over. We need to bring some scientists out here. We have no scientist crew. I think all we have up here right now is a pilot. I'm not even sure where the pilot is. Zeldus. Just chilling right there. All's good. Okay. Let's lock these guys into orbit here. What time we got? Almost 1. Alright, we can still pull these off. Alright, so these guys, we'll have you deploy, decouple. Oh, actually, yeah, let's set up solar panels. Poof. There you go. Okay, I think this is the Maxo. Let's look at the contract. Position a satellite in polar orbit of the Mun. Antenna and can generate power. Yes. The other one is the has a mystery go. What's the other one called? It doesn't say what company is doing this one. New unmanned probe that has an antenna can generate power, reach designated orbit. I don't remember what this one is called. Alright, fine. We're going to deploy your solar panel as well. Why are you not... That's weird. The engines wouldn't activate. There they go. I'm gonna move you out of position relative to the other guy just because, you know, stuff. Now you have... What is this staging? Oh, the docking port. Yeah, we can decouple that. Ha! Fantastic. Okay. That reduces the mass and increases delta P there. Okay. Engines live on that. Alright, you two. So this is the Maxo, right? Yes. Okay, so... Maxo. Mystery Go. So this one does not have Mystery Go, so this is the Maxo. 218. So this is the small orbit. It is 90 degrees, so polar orbit for this bad boy. Descending and ascending node. Such a convoluted maneuver to get this where we need it to go. And the altitude that we want. Alright, we'll get it close, and then we'll just finish off the maneuver when we get there. How's that sound? Because it's a bit of a hot mess. Might as well burn now. I don't really care on the timing on this because it's just gonna do its thing. Seems to be a bit off balanced. A little weird, but okay. Probably because the antenna's off on that one side. Such a tiny little spacecraft. Periapsis lines up nicely. Ascending node. Why does it say... Did we go the wrong direction? Oh, you gotta be flipping kidding me. Seriously? Drama. I have 1100 meters per second of delta V to fix that. We can go over here and do it. In fact, we can do it at the... Might as well do it here. What the heck? You're telling me... I just want to turn my orbit around. You know what? I'll just burn completely retrograde. I don't even need a... what I can do... is finish turning this to the 90 degrees. We'll get it to 180-ish, and then we'll just burn retrograde and flip our orbit around. Because I'm a punk like that. Okay, that one's going that way. Let's get the other one set up for... Wait, why does that one say Maxo Relay and this one says Maxo Relay? This one should be something else. Oh, it's that trash. Where's the other relay? There's the trash. Here it is. Since I can't seem to find the contract name, your orbit, when we get here, okay, so you need to turn this direction. Yep, still streaming. We gotta set up these silly satellites for this contracts. What does that AP look like? One... That's fine, we'll adjust everything else once we get to where we need to go. How are you doing? Do we have our solar panels deployed? Yes, all the solar panels are deployed. Sleepy, yeah. I'm kind of getting there as well. I don't know what more I'm going to do after this. I was talking about making another plane, but... yeah, it's late and I do have some work I need to get to tomorrow, since it is Monday. Well, today is Monday, technically. We've gone over into the next day. Time warp to this point. Alright, let's go ahead and burn. This one is slightly more stable than the last one we fired engines on. We have less Delta V to work with on here because of the larger size of the satellite due to that Science Junior being on board. Okay, we might have gotten the inclination off by about 5 degrees. 776 there, 1.3 there. Let's get prograde. Is that going to do what I want it to do? Sort of. Okay. Let's go a little bit more ahead of the orbit here. Went a little bit too far. Oops. Lock in the prograde. Will that get our alignment? Oh, that's what it is. Curlington model rockets. So we can rename this relay. Curlington. Burning on the normal, adjusting for that 5-degree inclination. We're still off just a smidge. There we go, 0, 0. Liked my thread? Oh, awesome. That's good to hear. Linux was in here earlier too, hanging out for a bit. Alright, let's see if we can now adjust this orbit. No, I don't want prograde, I wanted retrograde. Because we need to pull the apogee of our orbit down. Oops. And Lex is still here. What is this one? 1306, 1304. We just need to get down here and rotate on our radial so that it matches like that. And then I do believe we will be good to go. Completed. I don't know where it's showing the contract for completion. There it is. Okay, so now that we're here, let's run our mystery goo. Nothing. Seriously? Transmit gets 0 data. We get 24 out of that by transmitting it. It's not like we're ever going to dock with it and grab the science out of it. Okay. Engines. Shut down. You are now permanently stationed there. Where's our dude that got stuck in the wrong way polar orbit? This one. Alright, we're gonna do this last satellite. Oh. It's kinda late, huh? Where are we? We're gonna do this burn here. Get us pretty much vertical, 90 degrees, right? And then completely flip it around. Wait, what happened there? Oh, I'm not pointing the correct direction. Yes, let's quick save Nightbot. Okay. And then from here, where's my retrograde? Because I completely screwed up the inclination burn earlier. We have 1000 delta V. Okay, that's fine. We're just going to reverse the orbit. Oh, my drama. I forgot. This spaceship is offset. The antenna is too heavy, so it turns. You gotta be kidding me. Nope, I don't want to do that. We'll just leave that as is. Where's my retrograde? I gotta keep my eye on the ball. Bio break. Alright. Come on. How much delta V do I have? 665. I just need a periapsis of 195. I don't need that apoapsis. John Wick 3. No. I have not. No spoilers. Alright, 218 on the high side. Passing through 500, 450, 425, 350, 300, 275, 250, 40, 30, 20, 18. I'm poor. I don't get to see movies a whole lot. I don't have time either. Like, going out to see movies is not something that I really have a lot going for there. There's a lot of movies I've missed this summer. Am I prograde? I think I'm prograde, yes. Periapsis. Alright, now all I gotta do is fix my inclination. $16. What's that doing to my... I want to get this done. $90, bam. $105 meters per second of delta V. We have 500 remaining. Okay, fine. Let's do this. I see a lot of chat going by. Hold on. I'm just trying. I want to get this done. This will be the last thing that we do tonight. I went for work. I didn't pay for that. Tire mod has 2.2 kilobytes. Wow, that's not very much. Config and 2 textures. Interesting. Yes, that's the beauty of a work trip. I didn't pay for it. Got a hotel room that had a kitchen in it, so I could cook my own food. I ate out maybe twice the entire time I was there. Maybe 3 times. Definitely twice. And that hotel also had a full breakfast, like scrambled eggs, sausage, cereal, fruit, whatever you wanted. Like, it was included with the hotel. Like, it was awesome. And then, yeah, having the kitchen meant I could cook my own food and save a ton of money that way. Because food in Vegas is freaking expensive. I went to Subway. It was $10 for a 6-inch sub. Absolutely absurd. Oh, working for an Amazon store. We're selling drones and helicopters on Amazon. I do a lot of research, so I do all the marketing, not the marketing, I do all the sales research to find out if a product is good to sell. And yeah, $20. That's basically what it is. Hold steady. Just a few more seconds. Does that qualify? I think it does. Stability for 10 seconds. Bam! Alright, mission accomplished. You do photography with drones? Oh. So the store that I'm working for is called Techversation, and the product is launching as soon as it gets to Amazon. So hopefully this week the drones will be there. I'll probably post something on Twitter. So, and then we have these little helicopters that are like 35 bucks. They're kind of like the loss leader. They still sell a reasonable amount. We should be able to sell 2 or 3 of them a day. But the drone is the big one that we're hoping to sell a lot of. And the price point on that is $90. You know, $89.99. And it's just got a 720p camera built in. And then, no, Techversation is the name of the company. So the store isn't live yet because the product hasn't reached Amazon. It's still at the warehouse. It's going to be shipping, again, sometime this week when it gets there. So, alright, mission accomplished. We got that done. Is there anything else on this satellite that I need to... Oh, we need to shut down the engines. Because we're not going to move that out of that orbit, because that is a very useful orbit for keeping in touch with other probes and satellites. Alright, fantastic. God, so many satellites are on the Mun now. It's a little nuts. I need to determine a way to know that this is not trash. Okay, so this one is the Maxo Polar Relay, and the other one that we know is trash, the one that says Maxo Relay. And then the Curlington Relay, One International Space Station. They're going to have people landing and doing things. Alright. I am going to call that good for tonight, guys. I am tuckered out. So, next week, yeah, we're going to work on some more aircraft type things and exploration. I really want to find that silly tree. I know everybody says it's just right over there, but we're going to need something. Okay, we have 96 so I could either drop in some aerodynamics for some more. The J33 Weasley turbofan engine. Circular intake, radio air intake. Well, this will give me some more flight options for aircraft. Oh, and the wing parts, a different cockpit, nose cones. And a helicopter blade. Ooh. And a propeller blade. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to do this. We could probably just fly to a tree then and do the scan like that. We wouldn't even need to do the rover wheels yet. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So, until next weekend, y'all. Otherwise, yeah, the No Man's Sky release, the update is on Wednesday. So let's do No Man's Sky on Wednesday, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. And then on the weekend, of course, Kerbal Space Program, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. Thank you all for coming along for the ride. Really appreciate it. And also, thank you for the huge raid from Tozzle. That's not how you spell Tozzle. But yeah. And thanks again for the subscription from Legend of Drunken Gamer. So yeah, fantastic. The bits from 40s Fixer, thank you very much. And as always, everybody, thank you for following and hanging out and the wonderful discussion and conversation we had tonight. It was really cool. I really enjoyed it. So I look forward to seeing you all again. Have a good week. Good night.